Welcome to Whispering Willow's Sleep, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The amber glow of the gaslight cast long shadows across the Persian carpet, while the gentle patter of rain against the window pane created a soothing rhythm that seemed to speak in hushed whispers. Sherlock Holmes stood motionless by the window, his slender fingers delicately holding back the heavy velvet curtain as he gazed down at Baker Street. There was something peculiar about the hansom cab that had just pulled up to the curb. Its driver seemed unusually alert for this late hour, and the horses were still breathing heavily, as if they had been driven hard through London's evening mists. "Watson," Holmes murmured, his voice barely audible above the crackling fire. "I believe we are about to receive a most interesting visitor." Dr. John Watson looked up from his evening newspaper, the rustling pages settling as he set it aside. The comfortable sitting room at 221B Baker Street had become a sanctuary from the damp October evening that enveloped London like a woolen blanket. The scent of pipe tobacco lingered in the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of tea and the faint mustiness of old books that lined the walls. "At this hour?" Watson inquired, reaching for his pocket watch. The polished silver case caught the firelight as it swung open to reveal that it was approaching 11 in the evening. Rather late for a social call. Holmes did not respond immediately, his attention fixed on the street below. The cab's door had opened, and a gentleman emerged, his movements betraying an urgency that contrasted sharply with the peaceful evening. His top hat gleamed briefly in the gaslight before he hurried toward the entrance of their lodgings, his umbrella unopened despite the gentle rainfall. The wet cobblestones glistened beneath the street lamps like a sea of black pearls. "Our visitor is a man of consequence," Holmes observed, letting the curtain fall back into place. "A railway man, if I am not mistaken, and one who holds a position of some authority. Note how he disregarded the rain. His mind is occupied with matters far more pressing than a damp overcoat." Watson had long since ceased to be amazed by his friend's deductions, yet he could not help but feel a familiar stir of curiosity. "How can you possibly—" His question was interrupted by the distant sound of the front door opening, followed by Mrs. Hudson's voice and then footsteps on the 17 stairs that led up to their lodgings. "All will be revealed momentarily," Holmes said with the faintest trace of a smile, moving away from the window to stand before the fireplace. The dancing flames illuminated his hawk-like profile, casting half his face in warm light and the other in shadow. There was an almost imperceptible tension in his posture that Watson recognized, the awakening of his friend's remarkable intellect to a new puzzle. A gentle knock at the door was followed by Mrs. Hudson's entrance. "Mr. Edward Thornton to see you, Mr. Holmes. He insists the matter cannot wait until morning." Behind their landlady stood a gentleman of about 50, with a neatly trimmed salt and pepper beard, and the sturdy build of one who had known physical labour in his younger days, but now directed it in others. His clothing spoke of wealth and position, a heavy wool overcoat of excellent quality, though not the very finest, and a waistcoat that, while fashionable, had been selected for durability rather than ostentation. Small droplets of rain clung to his shoulders and hat, catching the light like tiny stars. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes?" the visitor inquired, his voice carrying the crisp authority of one accustomed to being obeyed. There was, however, an undercurrent of tension that suggested unusual circumstances. "Indeed," Holmes replied, gesturing toward an empty chair by the fire. "Please, Mr. Thornton, do come in. You are the director of the Northeastern Railway Company, I believe." The gentleman paused mid-step, surprise briefly overtaking the worry that had lined his features. "Yes, but how did you—" "The calluses on your right hand suggest long years of holding a signalman's flag before your rise to management, and the silver tie pin you wear is in the distinctive shape of the company's emblem. A gift, I imagine, to commemorate your promotion to director some 5 years ago." Thornton lowered himself into the offered chair, his expression a mixture of astonishment and relief. "Mr. Holmes, your reputation does not do you justice. Indeed, I have been with the company for 30 years, starting as a signalman's apprentice when I was 15. The fire popped softly, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney as Mrs. Hudson quietly withdrew, closing the door behind her. Outside, the rain continued its gentle conversation with the window panes, a soothing backdrop to the tension that now filled the room. "Now," Holmes said, settling into his own chair and steepling his fingers beneath his chin, "what brings the director of one of England's most prestigious railway companies to my door at such an hour? Something of great urgency, I perceive, and of a delicate nature." Edward Thornton removed his hat, revealing thinning hair combed precisely to disguise its retreat. He placed the hat carefully on his knee, then reached into his inner coat pocket to extract a sealed envelope. The paper was thick and of high quality, with an official-looking seal that even from a distance, Watson recognized as belonging to a government department. "Mr. Holmes, I come to you on a matter of utmost secrecy and national importance," Thornton began, his voice lowered as if the walls themselves might be listening. "I have been authorized to seek your assistance by the highest authorities." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his keen grey eyes fixed on their visitor. "Pray continue." "The Midnight Express, our premier overnight service from London to Edinburgh, departed King's Cross at precisely 10 o'clock this evening, as it does every night. Among its passengers was a Mr. James Harrington, a government courier travelling in a private, locked compartment." Thornton paused, running a hand across his beard, the lines around his eyes deepening. "Mr. Harrington was carrying sensitive diplomatic documents intended for Edinburgh. Their contents, I am told, could affect relations with at least 2 foreign powers." "And something has happened to either Mr. Harrington or these documents," Holmes supplied, his voice steady and calm. "Both, I fear," Thornton replied, the envelope in his hands trembling slightly. "We received a most disturbing telegraph from the train's guard just 30 minutes ago. When he went to check on Mr. Harrington at the first scheduled stop at York, he found the compartment empty and locked from the inside." Watson shifted in his chair, unable to contain his curiosity. "Locked from the inside, you say?" "Yes, Doctor. The guard had to use his master key to enter. The window was secured, the door had not been forced, and yet Mr. Harrington had vanished, along with his diplomatic pouch, from a compartment on a train travelling at 50 miles per hour without any stops between London and York." Holmes's eyes gleamed with interest, the reflection of the fire dancing in them like distant stars in a night sky. Most illuminating, the Midnight Express makes no stops between London and York, I take it. None whatsoever, Mr. Holmes. It is our premium service, catering to businessmen and government officials who require swift passage to Edinburgh. The train travels through the night, stopping only at York, Newcastle, and Berwick before reaching Edinburgh Waverley Station by 7 in the morning. Watson shook his head in bewilderment. But this is impossible. How could a man vanish from a moving train? Holmes rose from his chair and began to pace slowly across the carpet, his steps silent, as his mind worked through the puzzle presented to him. The lamplight caught the sharp angles of his face, highlighting the intense concentration that had overtaken his features. "Tell me, Mr. Thornton, what precisely was in the compartment when it was opened at York?" Thornton extracted a piece of paper from his pocket and consulted it briefly. Mr. Harrington's hat and coat remained on the hook. His small valise was beneath the seat, untouched. A half-finished cup of tea sat on the folding table, still warm when discovered. His newspaper lay open. The seat and his ticket was in the holder by the door. And the diplomatic pouch? Gone, along with Mr. Harrington himself. Holmes continued his measured pacing, the floorboards occasionally creaking softly beneath the carpet. The sound mingled with the gentle ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece, and the persistent rhythm of the rain outside, creating a soothing cadence that belied the mystery at hand. "What do we know about Mr. Harrington?" Holmes asked, pausing to gaze into the fire as if seeking answers in its depths. "He has been a trusted government courier for 15 years, Thornton replied. "A former military man, decorated for bravery in Afghanistan. His reliability has never been questioned." Watson felt a pang of recognition at the mention of Afghanistan, his own memories of that distant, harsh land briefly surfacing before he pushed them away to focus on the present mystery. "And the train itself, has it continued its journey?" "Yes, with instructions to proceed as normally as possible to avoid drawing attention. The guard has been told to seal the compartment and allow no one to enter. The train should be approaching Newcastle by now." Holmes nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Mr. Thornton, I shall need to examine that compartment as soon as possible. When does the next train to York depart?" "There is a mail train leaving in 40 minutes from King's Cross, but—" "Excellent. Watson and I shall be on it." Holmes turned to his friend, energy suddenly radiating from him like heat from the fire. "Watson, pack quickly. We may be away for several days." Watson nodded, already rising from his chair. After years of accompanying Holmes on his cases, he had learned to be prepared for sudden departures. "Mr. Holmes," Thornton interjected, reaching once more into his coat, "I have taken the liberty of bringing these." He withdrew 2 tickets, the paper thick and official with the railway's emblem embossed at the top. "They will grant you access to any train in our network and identify you as acting with the company's full authority." Holmes took the tickets, examining them briefly before slipping them into his waistcoat pocket. "Most efficient of you, Mr. Thornton. Now, is there anything else about this curious affair that you have not yet shared with us?" The railway director hesitated, his gaze dropping momentarily to the carpet, where a pattern of interwoven vines seemed to capture his attention. When he looked up again, there was a new wariness in his eyes. "Only this, Mr. Holmes. The documents Mr. Harrington was carrying relate to a matter of naval defence. I am not privy to the details, but I understand they contain information about new submarine detection methods being developed for our Channel fleet. Holmes's eyebrows rose slightly. Indeed, that does add a certain dimension to our puzzle. Outside, the rain began to fall more heavily, drumming against the windows with increased urgency. A distant roll of thunder rumbled through the London night, as if nature herself was acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "Watson," Holmes said, turning toward his friend, with a gleam in his eye that Watson knew well. The thrill of the chase, the challenge of the unsolvable puzzle. "It seems we are about to embark on a most singular adventure. The game is afoot." As Watson hastened to his room to pack, he could hear Holmes questioning Thornton further about the midnight express, its usual staff, the layout of its carriages, the security measures in place for government couriers. The doctor's mind was already racing with possibilities, each seemingly more implausible than the last. How could a man vanish from a locked compartment on a moving train? And what had become of the sensitive documents he carried? The gentle rhythm of the rain continued its soothing cadence against the windows, but now it seemed to carry a note of mystery, a whispered promise of secrets, waiting to be uncovered as the midnight express continued its journey northward through the darkness of the English night. The mail train swayed gently as it rushed through the night, its rhythmic clacking against the rails creating a hypnotic lullaby that seemed to whisper secrets of the journey ahead. Holmes sat opposite Watson, his tall, lean figure silhouetted against the window, where occasional flashes of distant farmhouses and sleeping villages passed like fragments of dreams. The soft amber glow of the carriage lamp cast long shadows across his angular features, highlighting the intense concentration in his grey eyes as they stared unseeing into the darkness beyond. "What do you make of it, Watson?" Holmes asked, his voice blending harmoniously with the gentle rumble of the train. The scent of coal smoke drifted faintly through the carriage, mingling with the leather of the seats and the lingering aroma of tea from the station. Watson shifted slightly, feeling the pleasant warmth of the foot warmer beneath his boots. Outside, the countryside of northern England was wrapped in a velvet cloak of night, occasional raindrops streaking the windows like silent tears. "It seems impossible," Watson replied, rubbing his fingers absently over the worn leather of his medical bag. "A man cannot simply vanish from a moving train." "And yet," Holmes mused, "when one has eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth." His long fingers tapped a gentle rhythm against the armrest, almost in time with the train's motion. Our Mr. Harrington left that compartment somehow, and I strongly suspect it was of his own volition. The mail train passed through a small station without stopping, the platform momentarily illuminated in a pool of gaslight that revealed a solitary porter waiting patiently in the midnight hour. His figure grew smaller and dimmer until he was swallowed by the darkness once more. "You suspect the courier himself?" Watson's eyebrows rose in surprise. The train entered our tunnel, and for a moment their reflections became startlingly clear in the window glass, like ghosts superimposed upon the black nothingness beyond. "I suspect nothing and no one at this juncture," Holmes replied as they emerged once more into the open countryside. "But consider, a locked compartment, no signs of struggle, personal belongings left behind, but the diplomatic pouch missing. These are not the hallmarks of force or coercion. A gentle knock at their compartment door interrupted their conversation. The door slid open to reveal the conductor, a portly man with a magnificent moustache that seemed almost luminous in the lamplight. The polished buttons of his uniform gleamed with pride and authority. "Approaching York in 15 minutes, gentlemen," he announced, his voice carrying the melodic cadence of Yorkshire. "Will you be requiring any assistance with your luggage?" "No, thank you," Holmes replied, "though I would be most grateful if you could ascertain whether the station master is still on duty. We have urgent business regarding the midnight express." The conductor nodded, his expression betraying a flicker of curiosity that his professional demeanour quickly suppressed. "Very good, sir. I'll inquire directly." With that, he withdrew, sliding the door closed with a soft click that seemed to seal them once more in their private world of mystery and conjecture. "What do you hope to learn at York?" Watson asked, watching as Holmes extracted his pipe from his coat pocket, but did not light it, merely turning it thoughtfully in his hands. The smooth briar wood caught the lamplight, its polished surface reflecting tiny pools of amber glow. "Everything and nothing," Holmes replied with a slight smile. "The compartment will have been sealed as per Mr. Thornton's instructions, which means we can examine it exactly as it was discovered. More importantly, we need to understand the precise circumstances under which our missing courier was last seen. The devil, as they say, is in the details." The mail train began to slow, the rhythm of its wheels changing pitch as they approached the outskirts of York. Through the window, Watson could make out the first scattered lights of the city, like earthbound stars guiding their way through the darkness. The rain had stopped, leaving behind a misty dampness that clung to everything it touched. York Station, even at this late hour, maintained a dignified busyness. Porters moved with quiet efficiency, their footsteps echoing in the vast iron and glass cathedral dedicated to the worship of steam and speed. The smell of coal smoke hung heavy in the air, mingling with the metallic tang of oil and the earthier scents of damp wool and leather from the passengers disembarking into the night. Holmes led the way with purposeful strides, their bags left in the care of a porter, with instructions to take them to the station hotel. The station master's office was a haven of warmth and order amid the controlled chaos of youth. The platform, its windows glowing with welcome against the night. Albert Simmons, the station master at York, was a man whose entire bearing suggested precision and reliability. His silver pocket watch, Watson noted, was checked and returned to his waistcoat with a movement so practiced it seemed almost unconscious. The gesture of a man whose life was governed by timetables and the sacred punctuality of the railway. "Mr. Holmes," Simmons greeted them, his handshake firm and brief. "Mr. Thornton telegraphed ahead. The compartment has been sealed as requested, and the night guard has been instructed to give you full access." "Excellent," Holmes replied, removing his gloves and slipping them into his coat pocket. The office was comfortably warm, heated by a small coal stove in the corner that radiated a gentle heat and cast dancing shadows on the walls covered with timetables and railway notices. "I understand the midnight express made its scheduled stop here earlier this evening." "Indeed, sir. Arrived at 11:42 precisely, departed at 11:53 as per the timetable." Simmons' pride in this punctuality was evident in the slight lift of his chin. "And did anyone observe Mr. Harrington, the government courier, during this stop?" Simmons shook his head, causing the lamplight to glint momentarily on his spectacles. "No, sir. The guard checked his compartment as part of the routine inspection and found it empty. The door was locked from the inside, which necessitated the use of the master key." Holmes nodded thoughtfully, his keen eyes taking in every detail of the station master's office. The neatly arranged papers on the desk, the row of clocks showing times in London, Edinburgh, and several other major cities, the well-worn chair that spoke of long hours of duty, and the train itself. Where is it now berthed? "Platform 3, sir. It will remain there until morning for cleaning and inspection before returning to London. I've arranged for Jenkins, our night guard, to escort you." As if summoned by his name, there was a knock at the office door, and a young man entered. Jenkins couldn't have been more than 25, with a face that still held traces of boyhood, despite the serious expression he wore. His uniform, though not new, was impeccably maintained, every brass button polished to a warm glow in the lamplight. "If you'll follow me, gentlemen," Jenkins said, his voice carrying the soft tones of the North Yorkshire moors. "The compartment is just as it was found." They followed him through the now quiet station, their footsteps echoing beneath the vast iron and glass roof. A light mist had begun to form, swirling around the gaslight lamps and softening their glow into hazy halos of amber. The midnight express waited silently on platform 3, its massive locomotive resting after its journey, occasionally releasing a gentle sigh of steam that dissipated into the night air, like ghostly breath. "This is the premier service on our line," Jenkins explained as they walked alongside the train. The carriages were painted in a rich, deep blue that appeared almost black in the night, with gold lettering that caught the light when they passed each lamp. First-class accommodations throughout, dining car, and special private compartments for government officials and wealthy businessmen. He led them to a carriage near the middle of the train. "This is it, sir. Compartment E. It's been sealed since discovery, as ordered." The corridor of the first-class carriage was carpeted in rich burgundy that muffled their steps. Polished wood panelling lined the walls, punctuated by etched glass lamps that cast a warm, intimate glow. The air held the lingering scents of fine tobacco, leather, and the subtle notes of expensive cologne, the olfactory signature of privilege and power. Holmes examined the door to compartment E carefully before touching it. It was identical to the others in appearance, polished mahogany with a brass handle and lock, the letter E elegantly engraved on a small brass plate at eye level. "The guard used his master key, you say?" Holmes asked, his fingertips hovering just above the lock, as if reading its secrets through the air. "Yes, sir," Jenkins confirmed. "I found it most peculiar that it was locked from within when no one was inside." Holmes nodded, then gently tested the handle. It turned smoothly under his touch, the mechanism well-oiled and silent. The door opened with barely a whisper, revealing the interior of the private compartment that had become the center of their mystery. "Wait here, Jenkins," Holmes instructed. "I shall call if we need anything." The compartment was not large, but it was appointed with every comfort a first-class traveller might desire. Two upholstered seats faced each other across a small folding table of polished walnut. The fabric of the seats was a deep green, soft to the touch and immaculately clean. A brass luggage rack above held nothing, though a gentleman's hat and coat hung from a hook beside the door, presumably Harrington's, left behind in his mysterious departure. Holmes stood motionless in the center of the compartment, his eyes slowly scanning every inch of the space, absorbing details that Watson knew would escape most observers. The doctor remained by the door, watching his friend work, familiar with the process that would unfold. "Observe, Watson," Holmes said softly, his voice barely audible above the distant sounds of the station. "What do you see?" Watson surveyed the compartment carefully. A hat and coat belonging to our missing man, a newspaper on the seat. Today's Times, it appears. A half-empty cup of tea on the table. A small valise beneath the seat. The window is latched from inside. Nothing appears disturbed. "Excellent," Holmes murmured, though whether in response to Watson's observations or to something only he had noticed remained unclear. He moved to the window, examining the latch without touching it. The glass reflected his concentrated expression back at him, superimposed upon the misty platform beyond. The window, Holmes noted, is of the type that can be lowered for ventilation, but is too small for a man to pass through, and, in any case, it is securely latched from the inside. He turned his attention to the hat and coat. The hat was a high-quality bowler of recent make, the coat a heavy wool ulster with a silk lining, both speaking of a man of means, but not ostentation. Holmes examined them carefully, his fingers gently probing the pockets of the coat. "Empty," he remarked. "No wallet, no keys, no personal effects of any kind. Curious, is it not? A man leaves behind his hat and coat on an October night, yet takes the time to empty the pockets." Next, Holmes knelt beside the small valise beneath the seat. It was locked, but this presented no obstacle. From his pocket he produced a small set of picks, and within moments the lock yielded to his skilled touch. The valise contained nothing but a change of linen, a shaving kit, and a novel, The Sign of Four, by Arthur Conan Doyle, Watson noted with some amusement. Nothing that would shed light on their mystery. Holmes closed the valise and returned it to its place beneath the seat. He then turned his attention to the cup of tea on the table, bending close to examine it without disturbing its position. "Interesting," he murmured. "The tea is indeed half consumed, yet there are no fingerprints on the cup. It has been wiped clean." Watson frowned. "Suggesting what, exactly?" "That our Mr. Harrington was either extraordinarily fastidious, or that someone else has interfered with this scene." Holmes straightened and began to examine the ceiling of the compartment with great interest, his keen eyes tracing every joint in the panelling. "Watson, would you be so good as to ask Jenkins for a step or a box? I need to examine the roof access panel more closely." When Watson returned with Jenkins and a small folding step, they found Holmes running his fingertips along the edge of the seats, his face close to the upholstery, as if whispering secrets to the fabric. "Ah, thank you," Holmes said, taking the step and placing it in the center of the compartment. He mounted it carefully and began to examine the ceiling panel with minute attention, occasionally producing a small magnifying glass from his pocket to study particular areas more closely. "Most illuminating," he said after several minutes of silent investigation. "Watson, observe these scratch marks around the edges of this panel. They are recent. No dust has settled in them, and they suggest that this panel has been recently disturbed." Jenkins looked up in surprise. "That's the maintenance access panel, sir. It leads to the roof of the carriage, but it's not meant to be opened except for repairs. It would be secured from above." "And yet," Holmes replied. "It has been opened, and quite recently." He pressed gently at one corner of the panel, and to their surprise, it lifted slightly. "You see? The securing mechanism has been tampered with." Holmes carefully lowered the panel, revealing a dark space beyond. A cool draught filtered down from the opening, carrying with it the scent of the night air and a faint metallic tang. "I believe," Holmes said, replacing the panel and stepping down, "that we now know how Mr. Harrington left his locked compartment. The question that remains is why." "But, sir," Jenkins protested, his youthful face creased with concern, "it would be madness to climb onto the roof of a moving train in the middle of the night." "Madness, desperation, or calculation," Holmes replied. "Those are the three possibilities we must consider." He turned to Watson. "I believe we have learned all we can from this compartment for now. Our next step is to continue the journey that Mr. Harrington began, and hopefully did not end, on the roof of this very carriage." As they stepped back into the corridor, Holmes paused to address Jenkins. "Tell me, was there anything unusual about any of the staff or passengers when the train arrived at York? Anyone who seemed nervous or out of place?" Jenkins considered the question carefully, his brow furrowing in concentration. "Not that I recall, sir. Though now that you mention it, one of the porters did leave his post rather suddenly, said he was feeling ill and needed air. I didn't think much of it at the time." "A porter, you say?" Holmes's interest was immediately piqued. "Can you describe him?" "Middle-aged, average height. Nothing remarkable about him, really. Wore the standard uniform. I hadn't seen him before, but we often get temporary staff during busy periods." "And you say he left his post. When exactly was this?" "Just after the train arrived, sir, before the missing passenger was discovered." Holmes exchanged a significant glance with Watson. "I would very much like to speak with this porter, if he can be found." "I'll make inquiries, sir," Jenkins promised, "though I'm not certain he was one of our regular staff." "Do so," Holmes instructed, his voice carrying a new urgency. "And Watson, I believe we should continue our journey northward on the first available train. The trail, quite literally, leads to Newcastle." As they walked back through the station, now almost deserted in the midnight hour, their footsteps echoed beneath the vast iron roof like distant thunder. Outside, the mist had thickened, wrapping the station in a soft, ghostly embrace that muffled sounds and blurred the boundaries between solid objects. "What are you thinking, Holmes?" Watson asked as they crossed the empty concourse, their figures casting long, distorted shadows in the gaslight. "I am thinking, my dear Watson," Holmes replied, his voice as soft and enveloping as the mist around them, "that we are dealing with a man of considerable resources and even more considerable desperation. Our government courier has gone to extraordinary lengths to disappear, and I very much fear it is because he is carrying something far more dangerous than mere naval defense plans." The clock on the station facade chimed midnight, the sound reverberating through the mist like the tolling of an underwater bell. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called once, a lonely sound that seemed to emphasize the mystery that had brought them to this place on this misty midnight. "Come," Holmes said, his voice carrying the quiet authority that Watson had learned to trust implicitly over their years of friendship. "We have a train to catch and a phantom to pursue." The northbound train to Newcastle pulled away from York Station with a gentle lurch, its wheels beginning their rhythmic song against the rails. Holmes and Watson had secured a private compartment, similar to the one they had just examined, though this one felt somehow less mysterious in the pale light of early morning that now began to filter through the mist outside. The compartment smelled of fresh linen and polish, with undertones of the previous passenger's cologne, something expensive, with notes of sandalwood and bergamot. Holmes sat with his back to the engine, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin in that familiar pose of deep contemplation. His eyes were half closed, yet Watson knew his friend was far from sleep. Rather, he was sorting through the mental catalogue of facts, impressions, and deductions that would eventually lead them to the missing courier and the sensitive documents he carried. "Tell me, Watson," Holmes said suddenly, breaking the comfortable silence that had settled between them like a warm blanket. "What do you make of our Mr. Harrington's escape?" Watson shifted slightly in his seat, feeling the gentle sway of the carriage as the train gathered speed. Outside the window, the Yorkshire countryside was emerging from the night, fields and hedgerows gradually taking shape in the silvery pre-dawn light. A fine mist hovered just above the ground, creating an otherworldly landscape that seemed suspended between dreams and waking. "It seems almost impossible," Watson replied, keeping his voice low despite the privacy of their compartment. The steady clickety-clack of the wheels provided a soothing backdrop to their conversation. To open that ceiling panel, climb onto the roof of a moving train, and then... what? Jump? Transfer to another carriage? Holmes nodded slightly, his eyes now open and keenly focused on some middle distance that only he could see. Indeed, our courier was either desperate or extremely confident in his abilities, or perhaps both. From his coat pocket, Holmes withdrew a small leather pouch. Opening it, he removed what appeared to be a few fragments of fabric and several dark, coarse hairs. He held them up to the growing light from the window. "I collected these from the edges of the ceiling panel," he explained, turning the fragments to catch the light. Dark blue wool fibers caught on a rough edge of metal. "And these," he indicated the hairs, "are not human, but rather horsehair, specifically the type used in certain kinds of brushes." Watson leaned forward, intrigued. The fabric fibers were barely visible against Holmes' pale fingertips, like threads of the night sky itself. "From a uniform, perhaps." "Precisely," Holmes confirmed, carefully returning the evidence to his pouch. "The exact shade used for railway porters' uniforms. And the horsehair." He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. "The horsehair suggests our man carried a brush of some kind. For what purpose, I wonder?" The train began to slow as it approached a small signal station. Through the window, Watson could see a solitary signalman in his box, a lantern still glowing despite the growing light. He raised his arm in salute as they passed, a sentinel of the rails, performing his duty in the liminal space between night and day. "You suspect the porter mentioned by Jenkins," Watson ventured as the train resumed its speed. "It seems a reasonable hypothesis," Holmes replied. "A government courier disappears from a locked compartment. A porter no one recognizes suddenly leaves his post claiming illness. The timing is suggestive." Holmes reached into his breast pocket and withdrew the telegram they had received just before departing York. This message from Thornton provides additional context. According to the station master at Newcastle, a porter's uniform was found discarded in a storage cupboard shortly after the midnight express departed. no one could account for who might have left it there. The growing light revealed Holmes's expression, that familiar look of intellectual excitement carefully controlled beneath a veneer of analytical calm. Outside, the landscape was transforming as dawn approached. The mist was beginning to dissipate, revealing the gentle undulations of the North Yorkshire countryside. A distant church spire pierced the thinning fog, its weather vane catching the first hint of morning sun. So, our courier escapes through the roof, Watson reasoned, makes his way to another part of the train, disguised as a porter, and then vanishes at Newcastle? That appears to be the sequence of events, Holmes agreed. But the true mystery lies in the why, not the how. What would compel a trusted government courier to abandon his post, risk life and limb on the roof of a moving train, and disappear with sensitive documents? The compartment fell silent again, save for the rhythmic clicking of the wheels and the occasional whistle as they approached a crossing. The scent of breakfast began to waft through the train, freshly brewed tea, toast, and the rich aroma of bacon, reminding Watson that they had not eaten since leaving London. "I've been considering the nature of the documents," Holmes said, breaking the silence once more. "Naval defense plans, specifically related to submarine detection. Consider the international implications, Watson. Germany has been advancing its U-boat fleet with remarkable speed. France and Russia would both have strategic interest in British naval developments. The market for such secrets is extensive. You suspect espionage? That Harrington was a spy?" Holmes shook his head slightly, the motion almost imperceptible against the swaying of the train. "I suspect nothing definitive at this stage, merely considering all possibilities. Harrington's record is exemplary. 15 years of service, decorated military background, not the typical profile of a traitor. Unless that perfect record was carefully cultivated precisely to enable a moment like this," Watson suggested. A slight smile of approval crossed Holmes's face. "Very good, Watson. The perfect cover. A man above suspicion. But there is another possibility worth considering." "Which is?" "That Harrington believed he was in danger, that his elaborate escape was not to steal the documents, but to protect them. And himself." The train whistle sounded again, longer this time, announcing their approach to a larger station. Through the window, Watson could see the outskirts of a substantial town. Durham, he guessed, with its magnificent cathedral visible on the hill above the river. "We should be arriving in Newcastle within the hour," Holmes noted, consulting his watch. The polished silver case caught the strengthening sunlight, sending a brief flash across the compartment. "Our first task will be to trace the movements of our mysterious porter." As the train slowed for its brief stop at Durham, Holmes suddenly leaned forward, his attention caught by something on the platform. Watson followed his gaze and saw nothing unusual, just the normal activity of a station in the early morning. A few passengers waiting to board, a guard checking his watch, porters ready to assist with luggage. "Observe the porter at the far end," Holmes said quietly, his eyes fixed on a figure barely visible at the edge of the platform. "Note the way he holds himself, the particular tilt of his cap." Watson squinted, trying to see what had caught Holmes's attention. The porter in question seemed ordinary enough, middle-aged, average height, going about his duties with neither particular haste nor unusual languor. "I see nothing remarkable," Watson admitted as the train began to pull away from the station. Precisely, Holmes replied cryptically. Nothing remarkable is sometimes the most remarkable thing of all. A man who has perfected the art of being unmemorable is a man with something to hide. The train gathered speed once more, leaving Durham behind as it continued its journey northward. The day was now fully dawned, though the sun remained partially veiled behind thin clouds that streaked the sky like brushstrokes on pale blue canvas. Holmes fell silent again, his mind clearly working through the puzzle. Watson knew better than to interrupt these periods of intense concentration, instead turning his attention to the passing landscape. The countryside was becoming more industrial as they approached the great coal-mining regions of Northumberland. Occasional pitheads broke the horizon, their stark geometries a contrast to the soft rolling hills beyond. After some time, Holmes spoke again, his voice carrying that particular tone Watson recognized as the prelude to a significant insight. "I believe I understand the mechanism of Harrington's disappearance," he said, "but several questions remain unanswered. The most pressing being, was this planned well in advance, or was it a spontaneous response to an unexpected development?" "Surely the elaborate nature of the escape suggests planning," Watson offered. "One would think so," Holmes agreed. "Yet, consider. The roof access panel showed signs of having been prepared for quick release, but not removed until the moment of escape. The porter's uniform must have been acquired and hidden somewhere on the train. The brush, likely for removing coal dust acquired during the roof crossing, similarly had to be stowed somewhere accessible, all suggesting premeditation. Indeed, yet Harrington left behind his hat, coat, and valise. Would a man planning such an elaborate disappearance not arrange for his personal effects as well? And why leave the teacup half-finished? These details suggest haste, perhaps even alarm. The compartment door slid open, revealing a train attendant with a tray of tea and light refreshments. The interruption paused their conversation as they accepted the welcome sustenance. The tea was hot and strong, exactly what was needed after their overnight journey. Once they were alone again, Holmes returned to his analysis. "There is another detail that troubles me," he said, stirring a spoonful of sugar into his tea with precise movements. The silver spoon clinked gently against the fine porcelain cup. "The diplomatic pouch. By all accounts, these pouches are secured to the courier's wrist with a chain and lock. Yet, Harrington managed to take it with him during his acrobatic escape." "Perhaps he had the key," Watson suggested. "Perhaps. Or perhaps the security protocols were not followed precisely." Holmes sipped his tea thoughtfully. "Either way, it suggests a degree of preparation that a spontaneous flight would not allow." Through the window, the landscape was now decidedly industrial. Factory chimneys punctuated the skyline, belching smoke that merged with the low clouds. The River Tyne came into view, its waters reflecting the grey morning light, the famous bridges visible in the distance. "We will be arriving shortly," Holmes noted, finishing his tea and setting the cup aside. "I propose we begin our investigation at the station itself, examining the storage cupboard where the porter's uniform was found. Then we shall speak with the station master and any staff who were on duty when the midnight express arrived." The train began to slow as it approached the outskirts of Newcastle. The rhythmic clicking of the wheels changed tempo, becoming more deliberate as they crossed points and signals on the approach to the station. Steam hissed beneath the carriage as the brakes were gradually applied. "What of the diplomatic pouch and its contents?" Watson asked. "Surely that is our primary concern." "Indeed it is," Holmes agreed. "But to find the pouch, we must first find Harrington. And to find Harrington, we must understand not just how he disappeared, but why." The vast glass roof of Newcastle Central Station came into view, its ironwork architecture impressive, even through the industrial haze. The platform was busy with early morning travellers, porters pushing luggage carts, vendors selling newspapers and refreshments. As the train came to a complete stop with a final sigh of steam and the settling of couplings, Holmes gathered his few belongings and stood. "Come, Watson," he said, a new energy in his voice. "The trail may be complex, but it is far from cold. Our vanishing courier has left more traces than he realizes." They stepped onto the platform, immediately enveloped in the sounds and scents of a major railway station in full morning bustle. The air was thick with coal smoke and steam, mingled with the aromas of coffee, baked goods, and the indefinable essence of human activity. Holmes paused, his keen eyes scanning the platform methodically. A slight frown creased his forehead. "What is it?" Watson asked. "Observe the porters," Holmes replied quietly. "Notice anything unusual." Watson looked around, seeing nothing out of the ordinary. Just railway porters going about their morning duties, assisting passengers, moving luggage, maintaining the ordered chaos that was the lifeblood of any major station. "I see nothing unusual," he admitted. "Exactly," Holmes said with a slight nod. "Every porter is accounted for, each at his assigned post. Not one out of place or unfamiliar with his duties. If our missing courier came this way, disguised as a porter, he is not among their number now." Holmes turned toward the main concourse, his pace purposeful. "To the station master's office, Watson. The game grows more interesting by the moment." The morning light streamed through the great glass roof of the station, casting long shadows and illuminating motes of dust and steam that danced in the air like ethereal messengers. As they walked, Watson couldn't help but feel that somewhere in this busy hub of humanity, the answers to their mystery waited to be discovered, hidden in plain sight, just like the vanished courier himself. The station master's office at Newcastle Central was a haven of relative calm amid the morning bustle of one of England's busiest railway junctions. Maps of the extensive Northern Railway network adorned the walls, their lines and junctions meticulously marked in different colours, representing the complex web of connections that bound the nation together through steam and steel. A large pendulum clock ticked steadily on the wall, its brass pendulum swinging with hypnotic regularity, marking time with the same precision that governed the arrival and departure of every train. Harold Whitfield, the station master, was a man whose entire being seemed shaped by the railway he had served for over 30 years. Tall and remarkably erect, despite his advancing years, with a neatly trimmed white moustache that contrasted sharply with his black uniform, he carried himself with the quiet dignity of one who understood that punctuality was not merely a virtue, but a sacred duty. "Mr. Holmes," he greeted them, his handshake firm and precise. "Mr. Thornton telegraphed ahead about your arrival. A most disturbing business, this disappearance." The office smelled of pipe tobacco, leather-bound ledgers, and the faint metallic tang that seemed to permeate everything connected to the railways. A coal fire burned in a small grate, taking the edge off the morning chill, while casting a warm glow that softened the otherwise austere surroundings. "Indeed," Holmes replied, declining the offered chair with a polite gesture. He preferred to stand, Watson knew, when his mind was most active. "I understand a porter's uniform was discovered after the departure of the midnight express." "Most curious." Whitfield nodded, his expression grave, as he settled into his own chair behind a desk that bore the weight of countless ledgers, timetables, and telegraph forms. The morning light filtered through windows that offered a commanding view of the platforms below, catching the fine dust motes that danced in the air. "Found by a cleaning woman in a storage cupboard near platform 7, the station master confirmed. "Neatly folded, I'm told. Not simply discarded. Most peculiar." "And this was discovered when, precisely?" Holmes asked, his eyes taking in every detail of the office with that remarkable acuity Watson had long since ceased to marvel at. "Approximately 30 minutes after the midnight express departed for Edinburgh," Whitfield replied, consulting a note on his desk. The paper rustled softly as he turned it toward the light. Around 1:45 in the morning, the cleaning staff were preparing the station for today's operations. "And the uniform itself? Where is it now?" "Secured in my personal locker, Mr. Holmes. I thought it best to preserve it undisturbed after Mr. Thornton's telegram alerted us to the unusual circumstances." Holmes nodded approvingly. "Most commendable, Mr. Whitfield. I would like to examine it, of course. But first—" He paused, his gaze drifting to the large railway map on the wall. "I am curious about the midnight express's scheduled stops between here and Edinburgh." Whitfield rose and moved to the map, his finger tracing the bold line that represented the main northern route. The morning sun caught the polished buttons of his uniform as he moved, sending brief flashes of light across the room. "After Newcastle, the express makes only one more scheduled stop, at Berwick-upon-Tweed," he explained. "It arrives there at 3:17 a.m. and departs at 3:24. 7 minutes only for essential water replenishment and any urgent passenger needs." "And unscheduled stops?" Holmes inquired, moving closer to the map. "Signal points, junctions, way stations where the train might slow or pause briefly?" The station master's eyebrows rose slightly, but he was clearly too professional to question Holmes's line of inquiry. "There are several signal points, of course, but the train would only stop if signalled to do so. And there's the Morpeth junction, where the coastal and inland routes diverge. The express always takes the coastal route, but it must slow considerably to negotiate the junction safely." Holmes studied the map intently, his finger hovering over various points along the route. The gentle ticking of the clock and the muffled sounds of the station below created a soothing backdrop to his contemplation. "And here," he said, indicating a small mark on the map just north of Morpeth. "What is this point?" "Ah," Whitfield replied, leaning closer. The scent of his aftershave, bay rum with hints of clove, mingled with the ever-present railway smells. "That's Widrington Way Station. Not a regular stop for passenger services, especially not the express. It's primarily for maintenance crews, track inspectors, and occasional goods transfers." "Would it be manned through the night?" "No, sir. A single watchman would be on duty, responsible for the signal box and basic security. During the day there might be a handful of staff, but at night it would be quite isolated." Holmes turned from the map, his expression thoughtful. The fire popped softly in the grate, sending a shower of tiny sparks up the chimney. "This watchman, would he be required to log the passage of all trains, even those not scheduled to stop?" "Indeed, Mr. Holmes. Railway regulations are quite clear on this point. Every train movement must be recorded, regardless of whether it stops or merely passes through. Holmes exchanged a significant glance with Watson. "I would very much like to see the porter's uniform now, if I may." Whitfield nodded and moved to a cabinet behind his desk. The heavy iron key turned in the lock with a solid, reassuring click. From within, he withdrew a carefully folded bundle of dark blue fabric, which he placed on his desk, with the reverence one might accord a valuable artifact. "Exactly as it was found," he said, stepping back to allow Holmes access. Holmes approached the desk and carefully began to examine the uniform without disturbing its folded state. His long, sensitive fingers moved over the fabric with delicate precision, pausing occasionally to explore a particular area more thoroughly. Watson watched as his friend extracted a small magnifying glass from his pocket and bent closer to study the collar and sleeves. "Most illuminating," Holmes murmured after several minutes of silent examination. "May I unfold it?" At Whitfield's nod of permission, Holmes carefully opened the bundle. The uniform consisted of a dark blue jacket with brass buttons bearing the railway's insignia, matching trousers, and a peaked cap. All were of standard issue for Northern Railway porters, neither new nor particularly worn, but well maintained. "No name tag," Holmes observed. "But then, that would be expected if our missing courier had appropriated it for disguise." He turned the jacket inside out and examined the lining with particular attention. "Ah," he said softly, holding the magnifying glass over a small area near the shoulder. "Coal dust, as one would expect. But observe, Watson." Watson leaned in to see where Holmes was indicating. The lining showed several small rust-colored stains that might easily have been overlooked by a less discerning eye. "Blood?" Watson asked, professional interest immediately piqued. "I believe so," Holmes confirmed. "Very small amounts, and not recent. These stains have had time to set, likely from minor abrasions sustained during our courier's rooftop journey." Holmes continued his methodical examination, checking each pocket and seam. From the breast pocket of the jacket, he extracted a small slip of paper, folded multiple times until it was no larger than a postage stamp. With careful fingers, he unfolded it to reveal what appeared to be a partial timetable, handwritten in a neat, economical script. "Not the standard railway timetable," Holmes noted, showing it to Whitfield. "Do you recognize this format?" The station master studied it briefly, his brow furrowing. "No, sir. This is not one of our official documents. The timing notations are unusual, more detailed than our public schedules." Holmes nodded, carefully refolding the paper and securing it in his own pocket. "Now, Mr. Whitfield, I have one more question of particular importance. Were there any reports of unusual occurrences at Widrington Way Station during the night? Anything at all out of the ordinary?" Whitfield considered for a moment, then moved to his desk and consulted a thick logbook bound in dark leather. The pages rustled softly as he turned them, yellowed slightly at the edges from constant handling. "There was a telegraph from the watchman there at approximately 2:30 a.m., he said, running his finger along a line of entries, reporting that a maintenance trolley had been discovered missing. Nothing to do with the midnight express, so I hadn't connected the incidents." "A maintenance trolley," Holmes repeated, his eyes brightening with that peculiar intensity Watson knew so well. "Those are the small hand-powered vehicles used by track inspectors, are they not?" Precisely, Mr. Holmes. Simple affairs. A platform on wheels with a lever mechanism that allows 1 or 2 men to propel it along the tracks. We keep one at each way station for emergency use. Holmes turned to Watson, barely containing his excitement beneath his composed exterior. Watson, I believe we must adjust our plans. Rather than continuing directly to Edinburgh, I suggest we make an unscheduled stop of our own at Widrington Way Station. You believe our missing courier disembarked there? Watson asked, already anticipating the answer. I believe it is a hypothesis worth testing, Holmes replied carefully. Consider. A man escapes his compartment via the roof, disguises himself as a porter, leaves the train at Newcastle, but discards his uniform rather than wearing it to blend into the city crowds. Why? Perhaps because he never intended to stay in Newcastle at all. Holmes turned back to the station master. Mr. Whitfield, is there a local service that stops at Widrington? The coastal locals? Yes. Departs at 9:45 and stops at all stations between here and Berwick. Excellent. We shall be on it. Holmes carefully refolded the porter's uniform, his movements precise and deliberate. I would be grateful if you would secure this again. It may yet provide additional evidence. As Whitfield returned the uniform to his cabinet, Holmes moved to the window overlooking the platforms. The morning sun now fully illuminated the vast station, glinting off the polished locomotives and creating complex patterns of light and shadow through the great glass roof. Below, the human drama of arrivals and departures played out in a choreography as old as the railways themselves. Tearful goodbyes, joyful reunions, harried businessmen, excited children, all moving through the shared space with their own purposes and destinations. One final question, if I may, Holmes said, turning from the window. The telegraph from Widrington, reporting the missing trolley. Who received it, and what action was taken? Whitfield consulted his logbook again. It was received by the night telegraph operator. Standard procedure would be to log it and inform the maintenance supervisor at the start of his shift. Nothing urgent, as these trolleys occasionally go missing and turn up at the next station where a maintenance crew has borrowed it without proper notification. And was this one recovered? Not to my knowledge, but I have not specifically inquired. Whitfield looked troubled for the first time. You believe there may be a connection to your missing government courier? It is a possibility I cannot dismiss, Holmes replied diplomatically. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Whitfield. You have been most helpful. As they took their leave, Watson could sense the barely contained energy in his friend's stride. Once they were alone in the station concourse, amid the swirling currents of travellers, porters, and vendors, Holmes allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction. We are making progress, Watson, he said quietly. The pieces begin to form a pattern, though not yet a complete picture. You believe Harrington left the train at Widrington using this maintenance trolley? Watson asked, as they made their way toward the refreshment room. The aromas of fresh coffee, baked goods, and hot breakfast dishes wafted enticingly toward them. It is a working theory, Holmes replied. Consider, a government courier with sensitive documents makes an elaborate escape from a locked compartment on a moving train, disguises himself as a porter, disembarks at Newcastle, but immediately discards his disguise. Why not simply leave the train at Newcastle in his own clothes if that was his destination? Perhaps he feared being recognized? Possibly. But Newcastle station at 1:30 in the morning would be relatively deserted. the risk of recognition would be minimal. Holmes paused as they entered the refreshment room, selecting a quiet table in the corner that afforded a view of the main concourse, while allowing them to speak without being overheard. The room was warm and inviting, with white-clothed tables and the comforting clatter of china and cutlery. A waiter approached immediately, and they ordered a substantial breakfast, their first proper meal since leaving London. "No," Holmes continued once they were alone again. "I believe Newcastle was merely another step in a carefully planned journey. Our courier needed to reach Widrington, an isolated way station where he could disappear into the countryside with minimal observation." "But why?" Watson pressed. "If he intended to defect with the documents, surely he would seek a major port or population centre where he could lose himself more effectively." Holmes nodded approvingly. "An excellent point, which leads me to consider an alternative explanation. That Harrington was not defecting but fleeing. Perhaps he believed himself to be in danger, or had discovered something concerning the documents he carried that necessitated his disappearance." Their breakfast arrived: eggs, bacon, toast, and steaming coffee, momentarily pausing their conversation. The simple act of breaking their fast after the long night brought a renewed clarity to their thoughts. Outside the large windows of the refreshment room, the morning sun had fully established itself, burning away the last of the mist and casting strong shadows across the station concourse. "There is another possibility," Holmes said after a few moments of appreciative consumption. He kept his voice low, though the clatter of the busy room provided ample cover for their conversation. "That Harrington was following predetermined instructions, a planned exchange at a location chosen specifically for its isolation." Watson considered this as he savoured a forkful of perfectly cooked eggs. "Widrington Way Station," he mused, "an ideal location for a clandestine meeting. Minimal staff, especially at night, easy access to the countryside, multiple potential escape routes." "Precisely," Holmes agreed. "And consider the missing maintenance trolley. Such a conveyance would allow our courier to travel several miles along the tracks in either direction, reaching places inaccessible by regular means of transport." They finished their breakfast in contemplative silence, each turning over the bee, accumulating evidence in their minds. The refreshment room had grown busier as the morning advanced, filled now with travellers preparing for journeys to all points of the compass. A microcosm of humanity, Watson thought, each with their own destination, their own purpose, most entirely unaware of the drama unfolding in their midst. As they prepared to leave for their train to Widrington, Holmes paused, his attention caught by something or someone in the main concourse. Watson followed his gaze, but saw only the usual station crowd. Porters with luggage, families saying goodbyes, railway staff going about their duties. "What is it?" he asked. "Nothing," Holmes replied after a moment. "Or rather, nothing definitive. Merely a figure who seemed watchful. But he has gone now." They made their way to Platform 3, where the coastal local service was preparing for departure. The locomotive, smaller and less imposing than the mighty engines that pulled the express services, puffed contentedly as it built up steam. Unlike the elegant carriages of the Midnight Express, this was a working train, practical rather than luxurious, serving the smaller communities along the Northumberland coast. As they settled into their compartment, Holmes gazed thoughtfully out the window at the bustling platform. "We are not the only ones interested in our missing courier, Watson," he said quietly. I believe we are being observed, though from a respectful distance. Observed? By whom? That remains to be determined, but it adds another layer to our mystery. Holmes leaned back as the guard's whistle signalled the imminent departure. To Widrington, then, and whatever secrets await us there. The train pulled slowly from the station, gathering speed as it left the complex web of points and signals behind. Newcastle's industrial skyline gradually gave way to the more open landscapes of Northumberland, where fields and woodlands stretched toward the distant shimmer of the North Sea. In the gentle rhythm of the train's movement and the passing panorama of the countryside, Watson found himself contemplating the curious case of the vanishing courier. Somewhere ahead lay Widrington Way Station, an unremarkable point on the railway map that had somehow become the nexus of their investigation. What would they find there? The missing government courier, the sensitive documents, or merely another piece in the increasingly complex puzzle? The answer lay somewhere ahead, along the iron road that stretched before them like a promise of revelation. Widrington Way Station emerged from the surrounding Northumberland landscape like an afterthought. A modest collection of buildings nestled beside the gleaming rails that stretched northward toward Scotland. As Holmes and Watson descended from the coastal local train, they found themselves on a platform that seemed almost surprised to receive visitors. A thin wisp of smoke rose from the chimney of the station-master's cottage, curling into the clear autumn sky like a question mark hovering over their investigation. The air carried the brisk saltiness of the nearby North Sea, mingled with the earthier scents of coal smoke and the surrounding farmland. A solitary seagull wheeled overhead, its cry echoing in the relative quiet that followed the departure of their train. The gentle rustling of yellow leaves from a stand of birch trees provided a soothing counterpoint to the metallic settling of the recently departed locomotive. Not exactly a hub of activity, Watson observed, adjusting his scarf against the cool coastal breeze that swept across the open platform. Their footsteps echoed on the worn wooden boards, which had been bleached by years of sun and rain to the colour of pale honey. Which is precisely why it would serve admirably as a point of discreet departure, Holmes replied, his keen eyes already surveying the modest station buildings. Observe, Watson. A station-master's cottage, a signal box, a small waiting room, and what appears to be a maintenance shed. Minimal staff, minimal witnesses. The station-master emerged from his cottage at the sound of the train's departure. He was a weathered man of perhaps 60, with the ruddy complexion of one who spent much of his life outdoors in all conditions. His uniform, though faded from many washings, was meticulously maintained, the brass buttons polished to a warm glow that caught the autumn sunlight. "Good day, gentlemen," he greeted them, his Northumbrian accent softening the consonants into a melodious cadence. "Not often do we get visitors stopping at Widrington. Most just pass through on their way to somewhere more interesting." His eyes, bright blue and sharper than his casual manner might suggest, assessed them with professional curiosity. Holmes extended his hand. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. We're here on behalf of the Northern Railway Company regarding a matter of some importance." Recognition flickered in the station-master's eyes. "The missing maintenance trolley, is it? I told young Jenkins it would turn up eventually. These things always do." He gestured toward the small station building. "Name's Allendale. George Allendale. Been station-master here for 22 years. Come in and have some tea while we sort this out." The interior of the station building was as modest as its exterior. A small waiting room with wooden benches, a ticket counter, and a pot-bellied stove that radiated welcome warmth. A wall clock ticked steadily, its pendulum swinging with hypnotic regularity. The whole space smelled of polish, coal smoke, and the distinctive oiliness of the railway. "Actually, Mr. Allendale," Holmes said as they followed him inside, "we're here about a somewhat more complex matter, though the missing trolley may indeed be connected." Allendale's eyebrows rose slightly as he moved behind the small counter to put a kettle on the stove. "Is that so? Not much of a complex nature. Happens at Widrington, Mr. Holmes. That's why I've stayed all these years. I prefer a quiet life." Holmes smiled diplomatically. "Sometimes quiet places attract those seeking to avoid attention. Tell me, did the Midnight Express pass through here last night at its scheduled time?" The station-master's weathered hands paused in the act of spooning tea leaves into a brown earthenware pot. "It did indeed. 3 minutes ahead of schedule, in fact. I always note such things in the logbook. Force of habit after all these years." "And did you observe anything unusual about its passage? Any signal to slow or stop when it normally would not?" Allendale considered the question as he poured hot water into the teapot, releasing a fragrant steam that carried the comforting aroma of strong Yorkshire tea throughout the small room. "Nothing out of the ordinary about the express itself," he said carefully. "Though now that you mention it, there was something a bit odd about Jenkins that night." "Jenkins?" Holmes inquired, accepting a thick ceramic mug of tea. The warmth seeped pleasantly into his fingers, contrasting with the cool air that drifted through the ill-fitted window frames. "Night watchman," Allendale explained, pouring tea for Watson and himself. "Young fellow, been with us for about 6 months. Responsible for the signal box during the night shift and basic security around the station. Found him in a right state when I arrived this morning. Claimed he'd dozed off briefly during his shift and awoke to find the maintenance trolley missing." "Most interesting," Holmes murmured, sipping his tea. "And where might we find this Jenkins now?" "Send him home to get some rest. He was dead on his feet, poor lad. Said he'd spent half the night searching the yards for the missing trolley." Allendale shook his head with the resigned expression of a man who had seen many inexplicable things in his years of railway service. "Strange business, that. Those trolleys are heavy. Not the sort of thing that walks off on its own, and not worth stealing unless you've got a particular use for it on the rails." Holmes exchanged a significant glance with Watson over the rim of his mug. "Indeed. Mr. Allendale, I wonder if you might show us where this trolley was stored, and perhaps the logbook entries for last night's train movements?" The maintenance shed stood a short distance from the main station building, its weathered timber sides silvered by years of exposure to the coastal elements. A sturdy padlock secured the door, or should have, had it not been hanging open, the hasp showing signs of recent tampering. The interior was dim, light filtering through small dusty windows and illuminating dancing motes of dust in its beams. "This is where we keep the tools, spare parts, and the maintenance trolley," Allendale explained, pushing the door wider to admit more light. The shed smelled of machine oil, damp wood, and the peculiar metallic tang that seemed to permeate all. Railway facilities. Or where we kept it, I should say. Holmes moved into the shed, his observant eyes taking in every detail. The worn workbench along one wall, the neatly arranged tools hanging from pegs, the empty space where the trolley had clearly resided until recently. He knelt to examine the floor, running his finger along a set of marks in the accumulated grime. The trolley was moved within the last 12 hours, he noted. These tracks in the dust are fresh. See how sharply defined they are. And observe the direction, straight toward the door. No hesitation or repositioning. Whoever took it knew exactly what they wanted, and how to move it efficiently. Could have been maintenance workers from another section, Allendale suggested, though his tone lacked conviction. They've been known to borrow equipment without proper authorization. Perhaps, Holmes allowed, rising to his feet, though they would presumably have a key to the padlock rather than needing to force it. No, I think we are dealing with someone who required the trolley for a specific, unauthorized purpose. Outside, a gust of wind swept across the platform, carrying with it the distant whistle of a train, a melancholy sound that seemed to emphasize the isolation of the small way station. A few brown leaves skittered across the platform like nervous messengers. "The logbook, if you please, Mr. Allendale," Holmes prompted, following the station master back to the main building. The railway logbook was a substantial volume, bound in dark leather, its pages filled with neat entries, recording the passage of every train, along with weather conditions, staff assignments, and any incidents of note. Allendale turned to the previous night's entries, his weathered finger tracing down the columns of precise handwriting. "Here we are," he said. "Midnight Express passed through at 2:14 a.m., 3 minutes ahead of schedule, as I mentioned. No stops, no signals, normal speed." His finger moved to another entry further down the page. "And here's Jenkins' note about discovering the trolley missing at 4:30 a.m. Holmes studied the entries carefully, then flipped back through several pages, comparing the handwriting and noting the patterns of record-keeping. "Most illuminating," he murmured. "Tell me, Mr. Allendale, does Jenkins always record his entries with such precision?" The station master leaned closer, examining the page with new attention. "Well now, that is curious. Jenkins usually has a more casual hand. Bit sloppier, if I'm honest. This is neater than his usual work." "Indeed," Holmes agreed. "And the ink. Slightly different in colour and consistency from the entries above and below it." He closed the book carefully. "Mr. Allendale, I believe we must speak with Jenkins as a matter of some urgency. Where does he reside?" "Cottage about half a mile north along the track," Allendale replied, a new note of concern in his voice. "Small place. Can't miss it. Only dwelling between here and the miller's farm. But what's this about, Mr. Holmes? Jenkins is a good lad. Bit absent-minded, perhaps, but reliable enough." Holmes adopted his most reassuring expression. "Merely routine inquiries, I assure you. It may be that Jenkins observed something without realizing its significance." He turned to Watson. "Shall we, Doctor?" The path to Jenkins' cottage followed the railway line, a narrow track worn by the daily passage of railway workers. To their left, the gleaming rails stretched northward toward Scotland, while to their right, gentle fields rolled toward the distant shimmer of the North Sea. The autumn sun cast long shadows across their path, and the air carried the salt tang of the ocean mingled with the earthier scents of the surrounding farmland. "What are you thinking, Holmes?" Watson asked as they walked, matching his friend's purposeful stride. "I am thinking, Watson, that our missing government courier is demonstrating considerable resourcefulness," Holmes replied. Consider what we have learned. He escapes his locked compartment via the roof, makes his way to another part of the train disguised as a porter, disembarks at Newcastle, but does not remain there. Instead, he discards his disguise and somehow boards the midnight express again before it departs. Perhaps as a different passenger, perhaps concealed in some other way. And then, Watson prompted. And then he arranges for the train to slow or pause briefly as it passes through Widrington. A signal, perhaps, or some other means of causing a momentary reduction in speed sufficient for him to disembark unobserved. But surely that would be extremely dangerous? Indeed it would, Holmes agreed. But consider a man desperate enough to cross the roof of a moving train in the dead of night. Such a man might well consider the risk acceptable under certain circumstances. They continued in thoughtful silence for a few minutes, the only sounds the crunch of their footsteps on the gravel path and the occasional call of a seabird overhead. The cottage came into view around a gentle curve, a small stone structure with a slate roof and a thin spiral of smoke rising from its chimney. "And Jenkins?" Watson asked as they approached. "You suspect he was involved?" "I suspect that the Jenkins who reported for duty last night, and the Jenkins who normally serves as night watchman, may not be one and the same," Holmes replied. "Note the discrepancy in handwriting in the logbook, the convenient discovery of the missing trolley, the fact that he was sent home just before our arrival." They were within 50 yards of the cottage when Holmes suddenly stopped, placing a restraining hand on Watson's arm. "Observe," he said quietly, pointing toward the dwelling. The cottage door stood slightly ajar, swinging gently in the breeze. Even from this distance, they could see that the small front window had been broken, shards of glass glinting in the sunlight on the stone doorstep. "It appears," Holmes said grimly, "that someone has preceded us in seeking an interview with the elusive Mr. Jenkins." They approached the cottage with caution, Holmes leading the way with silent steps. The wind had risen slightly, causing the partially open door to creak on its hinges, an eerie, forlorn sound in the otherwise quiet landscape. A blackbird took flight from the small garden as they neared, its alarm call shattering the silence. The interior of the cottage was in disarray. Furniture overturned, drawers pulled open, contents scattered across the floor. It was the dwelling of a single man, sparsely furnished but normally neat, judging by the organized manner in which the displaced items had been arranged on shelves and tables before being disturbed. No sign of Jenkins, Watson observed, surveying the chaos, but clear evidence of a search, and a hasty one at that. Holmes moved through the small space with methodical attention, his keen eyes taking in details that others might miss. He paused by an overturned chair, kneeling to examine something on the rough wooden floor. "Blood," he said quietly. "Not much, but recent." He rose and continued his inspection, pausing again by a small writing desk whose contents had been emptied onto the floor. Among the scattered papers and personal effects lay a railway uniform cap, its insignia identifying it as belonging to a Northern Railway watchman. So Jenkins, or the man presenting himself as Jenkins, was here, Watson noted, and left in some haste, not entirely willingly, Holmes added, picking up a torn piece of paper from amid the debris. "Ah, what have we here?" The paper contained a partial list of numbers and times, similar to the fragment they had found in the discarded porter's uniform at Newcastle. Holmes compared the two, his expression thoughtful. "The same hand wrote both," he confirmed. Part of the same document, I believe. A specialized timetable of some sort, but not a standard railway schedule. He continued his examination of the cottage, moving with the precision and care of a naturalist studying a rare specimen. In the small bedroom, he discovered a battered valise, partially concealed beneath the bed, its contents hastily disarranged. "Most illuminating," he murmured, lifting a small leather case from within. Opening it, revealed a set of brushes, spirit gum, crepe hair, and other implements familiar to theatrical makeup artists and those skilled in the art of disguise. "Our friend is a man of many faces, it seems," Holmes noted, replacing the case and continuing his search. Beneath the valise's false bottom, he discovered a small leather folder containing various documents, including a railway identification card bearing the name Thomas Jenkins, with a photograph that, while resembling the description they had been given of the night watchman, showed subtle differences that an untrained eye might miss. So our missing courier assumed the identity of the night watchman. Elaborate lengths to disappear with the documents he was carrying. Why has he left such an obvious trail? The discarded uniform in Newcastle, the falsified logbook entry, the disguise materials in the cottage. It seems almost as if he wishes to be followed, Holmes finished for him, or at least wishes his path to be traceable by those who know what to look for. Yes, Watson, that thought has occurred to me as well. The question is, followed by whom, and to what purpose? The answer to that question, like the missing courier himself, remained elusive, moving always just beyond their reach, tantalizingly close, yet shrouded in mystery, like the distant horizon where earth and sky merged in the hazy afternoon light. The afternoon train to Edinburgh carried Holmes and Watson northward through the increasingly dramatic landscapes of Northumberland and the Scottish borders. Outside the carriage window, gentle farmland gradually gave way to more rugged terrain, where ancient stone walls traced patterns across hillsides that had witnessed centuries of cross-border conflicts. The late autumn light cast long shadows across the countryside, gilding the russet and amber leaves that still clung to the trees and burnishing the stone of distant castles and watchtowers to the colour of honey. Inside their first-class compartment, Holmes sat with his eyes half closed, though Watson knew his friend was far from sleep. Rather, he was engaged in that peculiar mental process that allowed him to arrange facts and impressions into patterns that others might miss, the intellectual alchemy that transformed disparate observations into coherent theory. The rhythmic clicking of the wheels against the rails provided a soothing background to their journey, punctuated occasionally by the mournful whistle of the locomotive as it approached a crossing or station. The telegrams Holmes had sent from Widrington had already yielded results. At Berwick-upon-Tweed, where they changed trains, a railway official had handed Holmes a sealed envelope containing replies from several stations along the Northern Line. These he had read with careful attention before tucking them into his coat pocket with a small nod of satisfaction. "Our maintenance trolley has been found," he announced, as their train pulled away from Berwick, the magnificent royal border bridge spanning the River Tweed beneath them. The massive stone arches, 28 in all, carried the railway 126 feet above the water, an impressive testament to Victorian engineering ambition. "Where?" Watson asked, setting aside the local newspaper he had been perusing while Holmes was lost in thought. "Abandoned on a siding near Bournemouth, approximately 10 miles north of Berwick," Holmes replied. discovered by a track inspection crew early this morning. Most significantly, they report that it had been carefully concealed beneath a tarpaulin, suggesting that whoever left it there intended to return. The carriage swayed gently as the train negotiated a curve, momentarily aligning their window with a view of the North Sea. The late afternoon sun transformed the water into a sheet of hammered gold, broken only by the dark silhouette of a distant fishing boat making its way homeward. So our courier has a rendezvous planned, Watson reasoned. But with whom? And what has become of the real Jenkins? As to Jenkins, I received a response from the Northumberland Constabulary as well, Holmes said, his expression grave. A body was discovered this morning by a shepherd in a drainage ditch approximately 2 miles south of Widrington. The description matches that of the missing night watchman. Murder, then, Watson said quietly, the gentle motion of the train suddenly seeming at odds with the dark turn their investigation had taken. So, it would appear, though I await confirmation of the victim's identity and cause of death, Holmes replied. The circumstances suggest that our courier, or someone associated with him, is willing to go to considerable lengths to ensure the success of whatever operation is underway. The scent of the sea drifted through the partially opened window, mingling with the distinctive aromas of coal smoke and hot metal that accompanied all railway journeys. A porter passed in the corridor, the jingling of his keys providing a counterpoint to the rhythm of the wheels. "And you still believe Edinburgh is our destination?" Watson asked. "It is where the evidence leads us," Holmes confirmed. "Consider, our courier escapes from the midnight express, assumes the identity of a way station watchman, appropriates a maintenance trolley, and travels north. Each step takes him closer to Scotland's capital. Moreover, he withdrew the telegrams from his pocket and selected one. The station master at Bournemouth reports that a man matching our description boarded the early morning locale to Edinburgh, purchasing a third-class ticket with cash and keeping to himself for the duration of the journey. So he's abandoned the disguise of a railway employee? Apparently so, though I suspect he has adopted another persona by now. A man skilled enough to impersonate a porter and a night watchman would likely have additional identities prepared. Holmes fell silent again, his gaze turned toward the passing landscape, though his mind was clearly focused on matters beyond the visible world. The afternoon was advancing, shadows lengthening across the fields and woodlands as the sun began its descent toward the western horizon. The train passed through several small stations without stopping, the platforms briefly visible as flashes of activity in the otherwise peaceful countryside. "There is another aspect to this case that troubles me," Holmes said eventually. "The nature of the documents Harrington was carrying. Naval defense plans, specifically related to submarine detection. Why would such sensitive materials be transported by courier rather than by more secure means? And why on a regular scheduled train service whose timetables are public knowledge? Perhaps the urgency of delivery outweighed security concerns," Watson suggested. "Perhaps. Or perhaps there is more to these documents than we have been told." Holmes extracted his pipe from his coat pocket, but did not light it, merely turning it thoughtfully in his long fingers. "I believe we must visit the Admiralty office in Edinburgh as soon as we arrive. If these documents are indeed related to naval defence, they would have been destined for the North Sea Fleet headquarters there. The remainder of their journey passed in contemplative silence. As they approached Edinburgh, the landscape changed once more, the city announcing itself first with scattered suburbs, then with increasingly dense development, until they were passing through the very heart of Scotland's capital. The late afternoon sun caught the ancient castle perched upon its rock, illuminating the weathered stone with a warm glow that belied the fortress's bloody history. Edinburgh Waverley Station was a cathedral of steam and motion, its vast glass roof arching above platforms busy with travellers from all points of the compass. Porters pushed luggage trolleys with practised efficiency. Vendors called out their wares, and the mingled voices of 1,000 conversations created an acoustic tapestry that echoed among the iron columns and glass panes. The scent of coal smoke hung in the air, mingling with the aromas of fresh baking from the station refreshment rooms, and the indefinable essence of a great city at the end of a working day. As Holmes and Watson emerged onto Prince's Street, the contrast between the old and new towns of Edinburgh was dramatically apparent. To their south rose the medieval warren of the Old Town, climbing the ridge toward the castle with its narrow closes and tall, crowded tenements. To their north spread the elegant Georgian crescents and squares of the New Town, its classical proportions and ordered streets a testament to Enlightenment principles of rationality and design. "The Admiralty office is on George Street," Holmes said, gesturing toward the New Town. "But first, I suggest we secure accommodations. The North British Hotel should serve our purposes admirably." The hotel, connected to the station itself, offered comfortable rooms with views toward either the Old Town or the gardens that filled the valley between the two halves of the city. After refreshing themselves from the journey, Holmes and Watson set out into the Edinburgh evening, now descending rapidly toward darkness as the shortening autumn day reached its conclusion. Gas lamps were being lit along the streets, each creating a pool of warm light that held back the gathering shadows. A crisp breeze carried the distinctive scent of the city, stone and coal smoke, with undertones of brewing and the sea beyond. Their footsteps echoed on the flagstone pavements. They made their way through the elegant streets of the New Town toward the Admiralty office. "I telegraphed ahead from Berwick," Holmes explained as they walked. "Admiral Sinclair, the commander of the North Sea Fleet, has agreed to meet us despite the late hour. The disappearance of a government courier carrying sensitive documents is, understandably, a matter of considerable concern to him." The Admiralty office occupied a dignified Georgian townhouse on George Street, its presence marked only by a discreet brass plate beside the door, and a solitary Royal Navy guard who stood at attention, his uniform impeccable despite the chill evening air. Upon presenting their credentials and Holmes's letter of introduction from Mr. Thornton of the Northern Railway, they were admitted and shown to a waiting room, where a coal fire burned cheerfully in the grate. The room was decorated with nautical charts, maritime paintings, and display cases containing intricate ship models. A portrait of Queen Victoria gazed sternly down from above the mantelpiece, while beneath it, a ship's clock ticked away the seconds with maritime precision. The atmosphere was one of quiet efficiency and tradition, the administrative heart of British naval power in the northern waters. Admiral James Sinclair did not keep them waiting long. He entered the room with the brisk, purposeful stride of a man accustomed to command, though his naval uniform had been exchanged for a well-cut civilian suit. In his early 60s, with silver hair and a neatly trimmed beard that did little to soften his weathered features, The Admiral carried himself with the straight-backed posture of a lifetime at sea. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he greeted them, his handshake firm and brief. His voice carried the refined accent of an officer and gentleman, with just a hint of Scottish burr beneath the polished exterior. "I understand you're investigating the disappearance of a government courier. Please, sit down and tell me what you've discovered." As they settled into comfortable leather armchairs arranged before the fire, a steward appeared with a tray bearing a decanter of whiskey and 3 glasses. The Admiral poured generous measures for each of them, the amber liquid catching the firelight like liquid topaz. "Talisker," he noted, passing the glasses around. "I find it helps concentrate the mind when dealing with perplexing matters." Holmes accepted the whiskey with a nod of thanks, but set it aside untasted. "Admiral, I would first like to confirm the nature of the documents that Mr. Harrington was carrying. We were informed they were related to submarine detection systems for the Channel Fleet. Is this accurate?" A flicker of surprise crossed the Admiral's weathered features. "Submarine detection? No, Mr. Holmes, that is not correct. The documents Harrington was transporting contained plans for a new type of naval mine, specifically designed for deployment in the North Sea approaches. Highly sensitive, of course, but nothing to do with submarine detection." Holmes and Watson exchanged a significant glance. "Most interesting," Holmes murmured. "And these documents were expected here, at the Edinburgh Admiralty Office." "Indeed, they contained the final technical specifications and deployment strategies developed by our research division in London. The North Sea Fleet is scheduled to begin implementation next month." The Admiral took a contemplative sip of his whiskey, the firelight casting deep shadows across his craggy features. "Harrington has made this journey a dozen times before, without incident. He's one of our most trusted couriers." "When did you expect to receive these documents?" Holmes asked. "Harrington was to deliver them directly to me upon arrival of the midnight express this morning. When he failed to appear, I initiated inquiries, which led to the discovery that he had vanished from the train. Mr. Thornton of the Northern Railway telegraphed shortly thereafter to inform me that you had taken up the investigation." The Admiral's expression darkened. "This is a matter of considerable national security, Mr. Holmes. These plans in the wrong hands could potentially neutralize our northern naval defenses." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his keen grey eyes fixed on the Admiral's face. "Tell me, what do you know of Harrington personally? His background, his connections, his habits?" Sinclair considered the question, swirling the whiskey in his glass thoughtfully. "James Harrington, former captain in the Royal Marines, decorated for valour during the Sudan campaign. After his military service, he joined the diplomatic courier service. Impeccable record, security clearance at the highest level. Unmarried, lives modestly in London. Beyond that," he shrugged, "our couriers are selected precisely because they maintain a low profile, Mr. Holmes. Harrington was exceptionally good at being unmemorable. And yet," Holmes observed, "he has managed to make himself remarkably memorable by disappearing from a locked compartment on a moving train with sensitive naval documents." The Admiral's face hardened. "Are you suggesting Harrington has betrayed his trust, that this is defection rather than abduction or misadventure?" "I'm suggesting nothing at present," Holmes replied diplomatically. "Merely examining all possibilities. Tell me, Admiral, who else knew of Harrington's journey and the nature of the documents he carried?" "In London, the First Sea Lord, and his immediate staff. In Edinburgh, myself and my Chief of Operations, Commander Wallace. Sinclair frowned. Security was tight, Mr. Holmes. This was not common knowledge. And yet, Holmes said quietly, someone clearly knew enough to orchestrate an elaborate plan to intercept either Harrington or the documents he carried. The Admiral's expression grew troubled. You believe this was planned in advance, not an opportunistic theft or a spontaneous decision by Harrington himself? The Kim. Evidence suggests considerable premeditation, Holmes confirmed. Harrington's escape from the train, his use of disguise, his commandeering of a maintenance trolley, all indicate a carefully prepared strategy. The question that remains is whether Harrington himself was the architect of this plan or whether he was responding to external circumstances. Sinclair drained his whiskey and set the glass down with a decisive click. I've known James Harrington for 8 years, Mr. Holmes. He's carried documents of the highest sensitivity between London and Edinburgh more times than I can count. I find it difficult to believe he would suddenly turn traitor. And yet, Holmes pressed gently, you cannot rule out the possibility entirely. The Admiral's silence was answer enough. After a moment, he rose and moved to a large map of the North Sea region that hung on the wall. The firelight cast his shadow across the chart, distorting the coastlines and sea lanes into unfamiliar configurations. If these plans have fallen into foreign hands, he said, his voice low and grave, the consequences could be severe. Our entire northern defence strategy would be compromised. Holmes joined him at the map, studying the intricate network of shipping lanes, naval bases, and strategic points marked in different colours and symbols. You mentioned that implementation of the new mine system was scheduled to begin next month. Is there a specific location where this would commence? The Admiral hesitated briefly, then indicated a section of the map off the eastern coast of Scotland. Here, in the approaches to the Firth of Forth, the initial deployment would create a defensive zone protecting both Edinburgh and the naval base at Rosyth. Holmes studied the area carefully, noting the proximity to several small ports and fishing villages along the coast. And the personnel and materials for this deployment, where are they currently located? At Rosyth, Sinclair replied. The mine-laying vessels, technical staff, and equipment are all in place, awaiting only the final plans and authorization to proceed. I see, Holmes murmured. He turned from the map to face the Admiral directly. One final question, if I may. Has there been any unusual naval activity in these waters recently? Foreign vessels observed where they might not normally patrol. Unexpected movements of ships from other nations? Sinclair's eyebrows rose slightly. As a matter of fact, yes. A German merchant vessel was reported unusually close to the military exclusion zone near Inchkeith Island 3 days ago. It claimed to have developed engine trouble and drifted off course. Naval patrol boats escorted it back to international waters after it effected repairs. The name of this vessel? The Wilhelmina, out of Hamburg. Routine commercial traffic, according to its manifest, carrying textiles and manufactured goods. Holmes nodded, his expression thoughtful. Admiral, I believe I begin to see the outlines of our mystery, though several pieces remain to be fitted into place. With your permission, I would like to examine any recent communications regarding Harrington's journey, telegrams, letters, official dispatches. There may be details that would illuminate our path forward. The Admiral hesitated, Years of naval security protocols warring briefly with the urgent need to recover the missing documents. Very well, Mr. Holmes. Commander Wallace can provide you with the relevant files. But I must insist on absolute discretion. This matter cannot become public knowledge. Of course, Holmes assured him. Watson and I understand completely the sensitive nature of this investigation. As they followed the Admiral from the room to meet with Commander Wallace, Watson leaned close to Holmes. "You have a theory?" he asked quietly. "Several," Holmes replied in an equally low voice. "But I require more data before committing to any particular hypothesis. However, I believe our missing courier's trail is about to grow considerably warmer." The ship's clock on the mantelpiece struck 8 bells as they left the room, its clear tones marking the end of one watch and the beginning of another. A nautical tradition maintained even he in this landlocked office. Outside the windows, Edinburgh's lights twinkled against the darkness, while beyond the city, the vast, unseen presence of the North Sea waited, its depths perhaps already harbouring secrets that Holmes was only beginning to unravel. Commander Wallace's office was smaller than the reception room, but no less nautical in its decor. Charts and technical diagrams covered one wall, while a large oak desk dominated the space, its surface neat despite the numerous documents organized in precise stacks. The commander himself was younger than the Admiral, perhaps 40, with the alert, focused demeanor of an officer accustomed to translating strategic directives into tactical reality. "All our communications regarding Harrington's journey," he said, indicating a folder he had placed on the desk. "Not much, I'm afraid. The arrangements were standard protocol, same as they've been for years. Nothing to suggest any particular concern or deviation from normal procedures." As Holmes began to review the documents, the mystery of the vanishing courier continued to deepen. Like the North Sea itself, it contained hidden currents and unexpected depths that only a master navigator could hope to chart. And even then, with no guarantee of safe passage to the shores of truth. Morning light filtered through the mist, hanging over Edinburgh, casting an ethereal glow across the ancient stone buildings of the old town. From their hotel window, Holmes and Watson could see the castle emerging from the fog like an island rising from a mythical sea, its weathered walls bearing silent witness to centuries of Scottish history. The city was awakening. Shopkeepers raising their shutters, delivery carts rattling over cobblestones, and the distant sound of ships' whistles from the port of Leith carrying on the crisp autumn air. Holmes stood at the window, his tall, lean figure silhouetted against the pearlescent light. He had been awake for hours, Watson knew, poring over the documents provided by Commander Wallace and adding notes to his own journal in that precise, economical handwriting that somehow managed to convey both elegance and urgency. The room smelled of strong coffee, pipe tobacco, and the indefinable scent of intense intellectual activity, that peculiar atmosphere that seemed to surround Holmes whenever he was closing in on the solution to a particularly complex problem. "I believe," Holmes said without turning from the window, "that we are approaching the final movement in our curious symphony, Watson. The pieces are aligning themselves in a pattern that, while unusual, is not without precedent." Watson set aside the Edinburgh morning newspaper he had been reading and gave his friend his full attention. Outside, a seagull wheeled past the window, its cry momentarily piercing the muffled sounds of the awakening city. "You've solved it, then?" Watson prompted, knowing from long experience that Holmes would reveal his conclusions in his own time and manner. "Not entirely," Holmes admitted, turning from the window at last. His grey eyes held that peculiar brightness that Watson recognized as the harbinger of imminent revelation. "But the fog is lifting, both literally and metaphorically. Consider what we know, Watson." Holmes began to pace the room, his movements controlled, yet energetic, like a thoroughbred before a race. The floorboards creaked softly beneath his feet, a counterpoint to the rhythmic ticking of the mantel clock. James Harrington, a trusted government courier with 15 years of exemplary service, suddenly disappears from a locked compartment on the Midnight Express, taking with him sensitive naval defense plans. He executes an elaborate escape via the roof of the moving train, assumes the identity of a porter, disembarks at Newcastle, changes disguise, reboards the train, and ultimately makes his way to a remote way station where he assumes yet another identity before continuing north by maintenance trolley. Holmes paused by the small table where their breakfast waited: toast, eggs, kippers, and a pot of strong tea, releasing its fragrant steam into the morning air. He absently selected a piece of toast, but did not eat it, instead using it to punctuate his points as he continued his analysis. "We know that the night watchman at Widrington, the real Thomas Jenkins, was murdered, presumably to prevent him from raising an alarm. We know that our missing courier abandoned the maintenance trolley near Bournemouth and continued to Edinburgh by regular train service. And finally, we know that the documents he carried contained plans for a new type of naval mine designed for deployment in the North Sea, not submarine detection systems as we were initially told." "Suggesting deliberate misinformation," Watson observed. "But from whom, and to what purpose?" "Precisely the questions that occupied my thoughts through the night," Holmes replied, finally taking a bite of his toast. He chewed thoughtfully for a moment, before continuing. "The divergence between what Mr. Thornton told us and what Admiral Sinclair confirmed is most illuminating. Either Thornton himself was misinformed, or he deliberately misled us," Watson finished. The implication hung in the air between them, disturbing as the thought of betrayal by the railway director who had engaged their services. "Consider the timing," Holmes said, moving to the map of Scotland he had pinned to the wall the previous evening. "The naval mine deployment is scheduled to begin next month. The German merchant vessel Wilhelmina was observed unusually close to the military exclusion zone near Inchkeith Island 3 days ago. And now a courier carrying the final plans for this defensive system has vanished. You suspect German involvement, espionage." Holmes's expression grew thoughtful. "The evidence certainly points in that direction, but there are aspects of this case that remain puzzling. The elaborate nature of Harrington's disappearance, for instance. If he intended to defect with the plans, why such a complex and risky escape? Why not simply disembark at Newcastle or even Edinburgh and disappear into the city?" Holmes returned to the breakfast table and poured himself a cup of tea, the aromatic steam rising between them like the questions that still clouded their investigation. Outside, the morning mist was beginning to disperse, revealing more of the city's distinctive skyline. The spires and towers of churches and public buildings emerging like sentinels from the retreating fog. "And there is another curiosity," Holmes continued. "In reviewing Commander Wallace's files last night, I discovered that Harrington was not originally scheduled to transport these particular documents. the assignment was changed at the last minute when another courier, a man named Blackwood, reported ill with influenza. Suggesting what, exactly? Watson asked, reaching for the marmalade. The bright orange preserve gleamed like amber in the morning light. Possibly nothing. Or possibly that someone wanted these specific plans to be in Harrington's possession during transit. Holmes sipped his tea, his expression distant as he followed internal lines of reasoning. We need more information, Watson, and I believe I know where we might find it. After a hasty breakfast, Holmes and Watson made their way through Edinburgh's awakening streets. The morning air was crisp and invigorating, carrying the mingled scents of the city: coal smoke, fresh bread from the bakeries, the salt tang of the sea, and the indefinable essence of ancient stone warmed by countless generations of human habitation. Their destination was a modest boarding house on a quiet street near Canongate, where, according to Admiral Sinclair's records, Harrington stayed during his regular visits to Edinburgh. The landlady, Mrs. Macpherson, was a widow of indeterminate age, with sharp eyes that missed nothing, and the practical manner of one accustomed to managing the comings and goings of a diverse array of lodgers. "Mr. Harrington?" she repeated when Holmes inquired. "Aye, he's stayed with me regular for years, every fortnight or so. A gentleman in the true sense, quiet, tidy, keeps to himself, but always polite. Never any trouble." Her Scottish accent lilted pleasantly, softening the consonants and drawing out the vowels like notes in a folk melody. "And was he expected to stay with you this visit?" Holmes asked. "Indeed he was. Has something happened to him?" Concern creased her forehead, deepening the lines that life had already etched there. The morning light streaming through the windows of her small parlour illuminated the simple but immaculate furnishings: antimacassars on the chairbacks, a vase of late autumn flowers on the side table, a cabinet displaying modest treasures collected over a lifetime. "We're inquiring into his whereabouts," Holmes replied diplomatically. "When did you last see him, Mrs. Macpherson?" 3 weeks ago, during his last visit to Edinburgh. He stayed 2 nights, as usual. Left me a book of poetry. Burns, it was. Said he thought I might enjoy it." A small smile softened her features momentarily before concern reasserted itself. "Is he in some sort of trouble, then?" "Not necessarily," Holmes assured her. "Tell me, did he ever receive visitors here? Or mention colleagues or acquaintances in Edinburgh?" Mrs. Macpherson considered the question, her work-worn hands absently adjusting the lace doily on the arm of her chair. "No visitors that I recall, though he did mention meeting a friend occasionally. A professor at the university, I believe. Something to do with engineering or sciences. Never mentioned a name, though. And his room, is it available for us to examine?" "It's been made up for his arrival. Aye. Follow me, gentlemen." The room was on the 2nd floor, a corner chamber with windows facing east and north, allowing the morning light to fill the space with a warm glow. Like the rest of the house, it was modest, but scrupulously clean. A single bed with a patchwork quilt, a washstand with ewer and basin, a small writing desk beneath the east window, and a wardrobe of dark oak that had clearly served several generations of lodgers. "Just as he left it last time, apart from the fresh linens," Mrs. Macpherson said, her hand lingering briefly on the doorknob. "I'll leave you to your investigation then. There's tea in the parlour when you're finished." When she had departed, Holmes began a methodical examination of the room. He moved with the precision and care of a naturalist, studying a rare specimen, his keen eyes missing nothing. The wardrobe contained only a spare shirt, collar, and pair of socks, items Harrington kept at the boarding house to lighten his travelling load. The washstand revealed nothing beyond the usual toiletries. The writing desk, however, proved more interesting. "Ah," Holmes said softly, extracting a small leather-bound notebook from the desk drawer. "A personal journal, perhaps?" The notebook contained brief, cryptic entries, dates, times, initials, and occasional reference numbers that meant nothing to the casual observer. Holmes studied it carefully, comparing certain entries with his own notes before returning it to the drawer. "Most illuminating," he murmured. "It appears that our missing courier has been conducting his own investigation over the past several months." "Investigation?" Watson echoed, peering over Holmes's shoulder at the desk. "Into what?" "That remains to be determined, but observe these entries." Holmes pointed to several dates in the notebook. They correspond precisely with his scheduled journeys to Edinburgh, and these initials, AG, RW, CL, appear repeatedly in connection with those dates. Persons of interest to him. So it would seem. Holmes continued his examination, carefully lifting the green blotter on the desk to reveal a small folded paper concealed beneath it. This he opened with delicate precision, revealing a hand-drawn map of what appeared to be a section of coastline, with several locations marked with small crosses. The Firth of Forth, Holmes identified it, and these marks, they correspond to the planned deployment locations for the new naval mines, according to the charts we saw in Commander Wallace's office. Watson frowned. Why would Harrington keep such sensitive information in his lodgings? "A question of considerable significance," Holmes agreed, carefully refolding the map and placing it in his pocket. "As is the larger question of whether he was working alone or as part of a coordinated operation." Their search revealed little else of note. A well-thumbed copy of Whitman's Leaves of Grass, a theatre programme from a production at the Edinburgh Lyceum 2 months prior, and a railway timetable with several connections to coastal villages marked with small pencil dots. As they made their way back downstairs to the parlour, Mrs. Macpherson awaited them with the promised tea. The fragrant brew steamed in a blue willow teapot that had clearly seen decades of service, accompanied by a plate of shortbread arranged with simple hospitality on her best china. "Found what you were looking for, then?" she asked, pouring the tea with practiced skill. "Your assistance has been invaluable," Holmes assured her. "One last question, if I may. Did Mr. Harrington ever mention his military service or his work as a government courier?" Mrs. Macpherson shook her head. "Not specifically, no. Though I gathered he served in Sudan, he had a particular aversion to extreme heat that he attributed to his time there. As for his current work, he was most discreet. Said only that he carried important papers between government offices. I assumed it was diplomatic business of some sort." "Indeed," Holmes said, accepting the tea with a nod of thanks. "Mrs. Macpherson, should Mr. Harrington return or attempt to contact you, it would be most helpful if you could send word to us immediately." He provided her with their hotel information, which she recorded carefully in a small notebook she extracted from her apron pocket. As they took their leave, the morning had fully established itself over Edinburgh. The last wisps of mist had retreated, leaving the sky a clear, pale blue, against which the ancient buildings of the city stood in sharp relief. A gentle breeze carried the distant sounds of ships' horns from the port of Leith, a reminder of Edinburgh's connection to the sea and international commerce. "Where to now?" Watson asked as they made their way down the street. A group of university students passed them, their youthful voices and laughter a contrast to the serious nature of their investigation. "The university," Holmes replied. "Specifically, the engineering department." Mrs. Macpherson mentioned that Harrington had a connection with a professor there. "Given the nature of the naval plans he was carrying, I suspect he was consulting someone with technical expertise in maritime defence systems." The University of Edinburgh, founded in 1582, spread its numerous buildings across several areas of the city. The engineering department occupied a substantial stone edifice near George Square, its entrance flanked by columns that supported a pediment adorned with classical figures representing the various branches of scientific inquiry. Inside, the atmosphere was one of quiet scholarly activity. Students moved between lecture halls with armloads of books. Professors conferred in hushed tones in the corridors, and the faint scent of chalk dust and aging paper permeated the air. At the departmental office, Holmes inquired about professors specializing in maritime engineering or naval defense systems. The clerk, a thin man with ink-stained fingers and spectacles that repeatedly slid down his nose, consulted a faculty directory before directing them to the office of Professor Alexander Gilchrist. "Third floor, end of the corridor," he instructed. "Though I believe the professor is currently engaged in a practical demonstration in the hydraulics laboratory in the East Wing." The hydraulics laboratory was a cavernous space filled with complex apparatus, tanks, pumps, pipes of various diameters, and measuring instruments of bewildering variety. The sound of flowing water and the occasional hiss of steam created an ambient backdrop to the activities within. Several students in white laboratory coats clustered around a central demonstration area, where a tall, white-haired man was explaining the principles of fluid dynamics, with the passionate enthusiasm of one who found beauty in the most technical aspects of his discipline. "Professor Gilchrist, I presume?" Holmes inquired when the demonstration concluded, and the students began to disperse to their individual projects. The professor turned, revealing a face weathered by exposure to the elements, suggesting fieldwork rather than purely academic pursuits, and eyes of remarkable clarity and intelligence beneath bushy white eyebrows. "Indeed, sir. And you are?" His accent was Edinburgh refined by Cambridge education, the soft Scottish burr still present, but modulated by years in English academic circles. "Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. We're investigating a matter of some delicacy, and believe you might be able to assist us." Recognition flickered in Gilchrist's eyes at Holmes's name. "The detective? Most interesting. How may I be of service?" "We're inquiring into the whereabouts of a government courier named James Harrington. We understand he may have consulted with you during his visits to Edinburgh." The professor's expression remained neutral, but Watson noted a subtle tensing of his shoulders. "Perhaps we should continue this discussion in my office," he suggested, gesturing toward the laboratory exit. Gilchrist's office reflected both the academic and the practical aspects of his work. Bookshelves filled with technical volumes shared space with maritime charts, engineering drawings, and models of various vessels and nautical structures. A large drafting table occupied one corner, while the desk was piled with papers, journals, and correspondence awaiting attention. The windows overlooked the university quadrangle, where students crossed between classes or gathered in small groups for academic discussions. "You mentioned James Harrington," Gilchrist said, once they were seated. "May I ask the nature of your interest in him?" "Mr. Harrington disappeared from the Midnight Express while transporting sensitive naval defense plans," Holmes explained, observing the professor's reactions closely. "We have reason to believe he may have consulted with you regarding these plans or related technical matters." Gilchrist was silent for a moment, his expression thoughtful as he apparently weighed his response. The ticking of a ship's chronometer on the bookshelf marked the passing seconds. "Mr. Holmes, I am in something of a difficult position," he said finally. "Yes, I knew Harrington. Yes, he consulted me on certain technical matters related to maritime defense systems, but our discussions were conducted under a strict confidentiality agreement with the Admiralty." "I understand your concern, Professor," Holmes assured him. "However, Harrington is missing, possibly in danger, and the plans he was carrying, specifically relating to a new type of naval mine for deployment in the North Sea, have disappeared with him. Any information you can provide might be crucial to both his safety and national security." Gilchrist's eyes widened slightly at the mention of the naval mines. "You are remarkably well informed, Mr. Holmes. Very well." He rose and moved to the door, checking the corridor before closing it firmly and returning to his seat. The sudden conspiratorial atmosphere was underscored by his lowered voice when he continued. "Harrington first approached me about 8 months ago, seeking my expertise in underwater explosive devices and triggering mechanisms. He explained that he was conducting an internal security review for the Admiralty, assessing potential vulnerabilities in new defense systems before their deployment." "And you believed him?" Watson asked. "I had no reason not to," Gilchrist replied. "He had proper Admiralty credentials and a letter of introduction from Admiral Sinclair himself. Our discussions were technical in nature, the relative merits of different detonation systems, the effects of tidal patterns on anchored mines, that sort of thing." "When did you last see him?" Holmes inquired. 3 weeks ago, during his last visit to Edinburgh. He seemed preoccupied, more concerned with the practical deployment aspects than the technical specifications. He was particularly interested in the exact locations chosen for the initial mine placement." Holmes exchanged a significant glance with Watson. "Did he explain why?" "He mentioned something about ensuring the deployment plan accounted for shipping lanes and fishing grounds to minimize civilian interference. It seemed a reasonable concern." Gilchrist paused, his expression troubled. "Mr. Holmes, are you suggesting Harrington was not conducting an authorized security review?" "I'm suggesting that the situation may be more complex than it initially appears," Holmes replied diplomatically. "Tell me, Professor, did Harrington ever mention anyone else involved in this security review? Colleagues, superiors, other technical consultants?" Gilchrist considered the question. He did mention coordinating with someone from the German naval attaché's office, part of some international protocol on North Sea navigation rights. "I found it unusual at the time, given the sensitive nature of the defense systems being discussed. But, he assured me, it was all above board. A diplomatic courtesy to maintain peaceful relations with our continental neighbors." "Did he mention this person's name?" "Muller, I believe. Karl or Klaus Muller." "Most interesting," Holmes murmured. "And did you yourself ever meet this Muller or anyone else connected with Harrington's work?" "No, never. Our consultations were always private, just the two of us." Holmes rose, signaling the conclusion of their interview. "Professor Gilchrist, you have been most helpful. I would ask, however, that you keep our conversation in strictest confidence. It is possible that Harrington's disappearance is connected to matters of significant national security. As they took their leave of the university and made their way back toward the new town, the midday sun had reached its zenith, casting short shadows across Edinburgh's streets and warming the ancient stones of the city's buildings. The bustling activity of a weekday surrounded them. Shop assistants arranging displays, office workers hurrying to luncheon appointments, street vendors calling their wares in the distinctive Edinburgh accent that somehow managed to be both harsh and musical simultaneously. "Your thoughts?" Watson prompted as they walked. A newspaper boy ran past, calling the midday edition with its headlines about political developments in London and the latest cricket scores. "The picture clarifies," Holmes replied, his pace quickening with the energy of imminent revelation. Harrington was not merely a courier, Watson. He was conducting his own investigation into the naval mine deployment. The question is whether this was, as he claimed to Gilchrist, an authorized security review, or something altogether different. And this German connection, Müller, suggests possible espionage. It suggests several possibilities, not all of them immediately apparent. Holmes fell silent as they passed a group of ladies emerging from a millinery shop, their conversation and laughter momentarily enveloping them like a cloud of perfume and social pleasantries. When they had passed beyond earshot, he continued, "Consider the facts as we now understand them. Harrington, a trusted courier, has been making regular journeys to Edinburgh for years. Approximately 8 months ago, he began consulting with Professor Gilchrist about naval mines, claiming to be conducting a security review. He expresses particular interest in the deployment locations during his most recent visit, and he mentions coordination with a German naval attaché named Müller. They had reached Prince's Street Gardens, the public park that filled the valley between the old and new towns. The gardens were busy with lunchtime visitors, enjoying the unseasonable warmth of the autumn day. Couples strolling arm in arm, clerks eating their packed lunches on benches, children playing under the watchful eyes of nurses or parents. The castle loomed above them on its rocky outcrop, a constant presence in the life of the city. Now, Holmes continued, he disappears while transporting the final plans for this mine deployment, executing an elaborate escape that suggests both advance preparation and considerable desperation. The question that remains is, was he stealing these plans for a foreign power, or was he protecting them from someone who had already compromised their security? "You suspect a double game?" Watson asked, intrigued by this new possibility. "I suspect that our missing courier discovered something that placed him in an impossible position, something that necessitated this dramatic disappearance and the elaborate trail he has left for us to follow." Holmes paused on the path, his attention caught by something across the gardens. Watson followed his gaze and saw nothing unusual, just the normal activities of an urban park at midday. Before he could inquire, Holmes resumed walking, this time altering their direction to follow a path that led toward the Scott Monument, the elaborate Gothic spire erected in honour of Sir Walter Scott that dominated this section of the gardens. "We're being observed," Holmes said quietly. "The man reading a newspaper on the bench beneath the elm tree has been following us since we left the university. Note how he holds the paper, too high for comfortable reading, allowing him to watch over the top edge." Watson resisted the urge to look directly at the man in question. A German agent, perhaps? Perhaps. Or perhaps someone connected with the Admiralty or another interested party. Regardless, I believe it is time to force the game into its final moves. Holmes increased his pace, heading purposefully toward the east gate of the gardens. We need to send 2 telegrams immediately and then prepare for a journey to the coast. The telegraph office on North Bridge was busy with midday traffic. Clerks sending business messages, travellers confirming arrangements, families communicating with distant relatives. The familiar clicking of the telegraph keys created a continuous background rhythm, like mechanical insects communicating in their own coded language. The scent of ink and paper permeated the air, mingling with the cologne and perfume of the office's various patrons. Holmes composed his telegrams with characteristic precision, his handwriting flowing across the forms in neat, economical strokes. The first was addressed to Admiral Sinclair at the Edinburgh Admiralty Office. Have reason to believe naval mine deployment plans compromise stop suspect. German naval attaché Müller involved. Stop recommend immediate security review. Stop Holmes. The second telegram, longer and more detailed, was addressed to Mycroft Holmes at his Whitehall office in London. Watson caught only glimpses of its contents as Holmes wrote, but it appeared to include references to Harrington, the naval plans, and the German connection they had discovered. "Now," Holmes said as they emerged once more into the Edinburgh afternoon, "we must prepare for a journey to North Berwick. I believe that is where we will find the final act of our drama unfolding." "North Berwick," Watson repeated. "The coastal town east of Edinburgh?" "Indeed. According to the map we found in Harrington's lodgings, and the information from Professor Gilchrist, it is near one of the primary deployment zones for the new naval mines. And Holmes extracted the railway timetable they had found among Harrington's possessions. It is one of the destinations he marked for particular attention. They returned briefly to their hotel to collect their bags and settle their account. As they were preparing to depart, a messenger arrived with an envelope addressed to Holmes in an elegant, authoritative hand. Inside was a brief note from Admiral Sinclair. "Mr. Holmes, your telegram received. Security review. Initiated immediately. Müller is indeed known to us. Diplomatic status, but suspected intelligence activities. Harrington had reported concerns about him 3 months ago, but had been instructed to maintain normal contact to avoid alerting him. Most disturbing development. Will meet you at North Berwick Station with appropriate personnel at 4:15. Sinclair." "As I suspected," Holmes said, tucking the note into his pocket. Harrington was playing a double game, but not the one we initially imagined. He was feeding Müller information while reporting his activities to his superiors. The question remains, what precipitated his dramatic disappearance from the Midnight Express? The afternoon train to North Berwick carried them eastward, along the southern shore of the Firth of Forth, the railway hugging the coastline to provide spectacular views of the estuary and the islands that dotted its waters. The day had remained clear, with visibility extending all the way to the distant shores of Fife on the northern side of the Firth. Seabirds wheeled and dived over the waters, their white wings catching the sunlight as they searched for fish just beneath the surface. As the train neared their destination, Holmes's attention was fixed on the scenery passing outside their compartment window. His expression was one of intense concentration, as if he were reading a complex text written across the landscape itself. "I believe," he said finally, "that we are about to discover why a trusted government courier found it necessary to vanish from a moving train with sensitive naval defense plans, and why a man with 15 years of exemplary service would risk everything to create an elaborate deception that has led us, step by step, to this particular coastline on this particular afternoon. The train began to slow as it approached North Berwick Station, the wheels changing their rhythm as the brakes were gradually applied. Through the window, the small coastal town came into view, its harbour filled with fishing boats, its streets lined with the solid stone buildings characteristic of Scottish coastal communities, its skyline dominated by the conical hill known as North Berwick Law that rose behind the town like a sentinel watching over the approaches from the sea. "And there," Holmes said, pointing toward the harbour, where several figures could be seen waiting, "I believe we will find both our missing courier and the resolution to this curious case of the Midnight Express mystery." That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the starry calm of Athens, the ocean breeze of Sydney, the golden lights of Vienna, or the tranquil hush of Kyoto? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the night surround you. Let your dreams wander softly through distant skies. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.